day. Happy time zones to you, wherever you may be in the universe. Welcome to another rousing session of Art as Meditation. Today we're going to be doing some painting because why not? I've deliberated about some of the things that I wanted to do. I was thinking about, let's see if we can move this just a little bit over without breaking my shock mount. Yeah, I thought about a number of things. I thought about doing some sketching, but I did some sketching this morning while we were streaming the relay station. Kind of show you the piece that I was working on today. So you can have a view of that. Oh, there we go. So this is work in progress. It's surrealist. It's nonsense. Oh, and it's a Miro. Long time no see. How are you, my friend? So I thought about sketching, but I'm like, nah, I did some of that. But I'll show you some of the other things that I've been sketching. But we are gonna do some. I'm gonna be doing some painting today. We're gonna be splitting between 4 different tablets. So we've got the 12 by 18, the really big one. This is the, I forget what this is, 9 by 12. The small 5.5 by 8.5. This thing is so beat up. It's like hanging on for dear life. But I'm almost done. I have like 13 sheets left. But I've been busy with the sketching thing, so I've been working with particularly spending time working in on location type sketches. Like this was from the Como Zoo Conservatory. But I've also been doing the surrealist stuff, and here's another thing, but also working on anatomy. I'm doing really well, thank you. Thank you very much. So, particularly skulls, because one of the things that that I've learned from other artists is that if you can really not master, but if you can really start to feel comfortable with doing skeletal structures, you have a much fonder appreciation for the relationship of where things are, and so how the concaveness of where our eye sockets are, and the nose and how it protrudes, but all of the underlying structure, and it helps to understand anatomy a little bit better. So it's just something I've been working on. Yeah, it's not beat up. It has extended mileage. Yeah. So I don't know what I'm going to do with this after I'm done. If I'm going to leave it intact as it is, or if I'm going to remove the ring and extract out the pieces that I might either want to frame, if it's frame worthy. I don't think very much in here is frame worthy. But in the very least, stick it into a portfolio where I can keep it a little bit more safe. But I've also been working on the larger form sketching as well. Larger sized skull there. A whole bunch of skulls. I was working on this earlier in the week. And finished up this surrealist piece. When was this? The 27th I finished that one. So I'm thinking about applying some watercolor to this one, but not today. I want to let it sit for a little bit longer, and we all remember that day, that crazy painting day. All right, but that's what we're gonna do today. We're gonna paint. I'm gonna get my papers all primed up and ready to go. And plus, I also have 2 canvases, so I'm going to be bouncing between 6 different sources. Maybe. It's a lot. 6 pieces all at once. but that's fun. It keeps you on your toes. It really does. So, the hope is that out of all of the 6, that I land with at least one that really moves me. And so, throughout all of January, I had been participating in a month-long challenge called Jamuary, with an M, Jamuary, and making ambient compositions every day in January. I gotta redo this one. And that was quite a stretch. You know, it's every single day, and usually getting down to the wire. You know, it's like 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, and still trying to figure out what in the world I'm going to do. And invariably, it requires me to just sit with it with acceptance and go, all right, this is good enough. But out of that whole process it was a very interesting experiment to get a better appreciation for all of the different possibilities and adding to my palette as a musician. So I experimented with a bunch of things like ripping everything down to a cassette loop and getting that nice distressed texture. One of the most challenging days was a day where, and I was following a prompt from my friend Greg, who goes by the moniker Sonora. He was kind of leading the charge of January 2025 within the ambient community. And he had this really cool idea for a prompt called no input. And what that means is that you make music without any inputs. And particularly, whoa, we got a little bit of damage there. That's all right. Particularly using feedback loops. And with the feedback loop, you run it through a variety of different effects and things until you can get something relatively musical out of it. Let me turn down this music just a little bit. It's probably a little bit intense. But that was a really interesting experiment because you really don't know what you're going to get. So I had recorded 5 different loops of differently affected feedback. And then ran them through a variety of different things. Like some I used generous amounts of delay or reverb, or tried to shift things a little bit, or make an adjustment to the EQ to favor one side of the spectrum over the other. And it was a pretty interesting thing, and out of it came a pretty interesting drone. I'll admit though that drone music isn't exactly the most riveting music to ravage and capture your attention. It really isn't. But for those of us with a little bit longer attention spans and a sense of curiosity, It was fun. It was really fun. And so here's the interesting thing is that I went back and I looked at my metrics. Not because I was, have this hope of the music being super popular, but I really wanted to confirm a suspicion that I had felt to see some of this long form content that I hate calling it content, some of this long form ambient music that I make. It really is an acquired taste because most people nowadays do not have the attention span to last more than a minute. And that's even being generous. So like some of my longer form drones or ambient pieces, the average view duration for January this month was like a minute on the long form ones. A minute, maybe a minute and a half, minute 20. And this doesn't upset me at all, really. It just confirms a long-held suspicion that I think in the ambient genre, we love to create long-form content. We love to create compositions that, you're in this zone of a jam, improv or otherwise, making these super long pieces. Like I have no qualms about making an hour-long composition. If I've got the time to do it, I will. But the interesting thing is that few people, even in the ambient community, which this really surprised me, really listen to one another's long-form content. Not on a regular basis anyways. There's exceptions. People do listen when they have time, and I see metrics that do support that. Some people do listen to the full bit. But it's... So this has me thinking about ambient music as being the new punk rock, the new antithesis to pop culture, modern pop culture. Because modern pop culture is all about short form content. It's all about the dopamine hit of scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and hitting a few little buttons here if you like things or whatever. I'm just going to adjust this just a little. Sorry. So this has me wanting to... This has invoked a desire in me to create a full-on art piece that's super slowly evolving. And I'm thinking multimedia art here, where there's a screen just filled with constantly changing and evolving imagery. And the center of the screen is this small little circle. And the circle over time really, 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 really painfully, slowly expands to fill the screen, but at a pace that you barely discern it until you realize, oh my gosh, here we are, the screen is black or whatever. So that's an idea I'm toying with, this whole idea of challenging our ability to listen for more than 60 seconds. And the point of it all is that nobody's going to do it. There's going to probably be 2 or 3 people that will listen to the entire thing from start to finish. And in fact, I'm thinking of throwing in like a little reward at the end if you actually persevere. I don't know if I can actually pull that off. We'll see, but I'm banking on that nobody is going to listen to the full duration. So hence proving my point, hence the art speaking truth and reflecting the nature of humanity right now. We have very short attention spans and an inability to stay focused for more than 60 seconds. Well, all right. Today, color palette. I feel like this is too much. I was going to go with burnt umber. A little bit of fluorescent blue to make it pop. I really don't have much left, but I have cadmium yellow, deep hue. This is, by the way, this is my favorite color right here. I never had a favorite color until recently when I started working with this, and the color just is, this is Kill Bill yellow. The jumpsuit that whoa, what's the character's name? Anyway, the jumpsuit that she wore, and it's like the exact same yellow. I'm like a high degree of confidence that this is very, very, very close. And then lastly, quinacridone magenta, which means this is going to be semi-translucent. So it will have a little bit of see-through quality. But so I'm not sure, though, if this is just going to be too much. And then, of course, white and black for supplemental stuff. Like if I want to bring back the paper through the painting, white. If I want to add in some black contrast, yes. But darkening, if I want to do darker hues, I'm going to probably either rely on blending the paint right on the canvas or blending some sort of combination, because usually, like if I want to make this blue darker, I might throw in just a tiny bit of burnt umber and a little bit of quinacridone magenta. So maybe I'll focus on these 3 and white. Maybe we'll do that. But I'm going to keep the black on for reserves because you never know. So maybe this will be a palette. Maybe. Beatrix, thank you. Yes. Black Mamba. Thank you so much. God, I loved those 2 movies. I loved them for as violent as they were, and absolutely like so much blood. I really enjoyed the story, and Tarantino just nailed it. Really nailed it with that one. All right, so where are we gonna start? Let's start with the quinacridone magenta. Set the rest of the stuff aside. And we're going to remember this time to use some of the medium. This is great stuff. This helps give a little bit more meat, if you will, to the paint. It has it adds a little bit more quality. It doesn't seem as flat and lifeless when you use, combine the acrylic with the matte medium or the gloss medium. So, where is... Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, let's mix some paint, shall we? Let's mix some paint. So right now we're listening to music from City of Dawn. He's an ambient musician from Texas, here in the United States. Very, very nice guy. I've had a chance to have a conversation with him on Ambient Discourses. And he's on the autism spectrum. And so he does some advocacy for persons with autism. And he's just a really skilled musician. I really like his work. He does a good job. And after City of Dawn, I've got music coming up from Dreams Remembered, Anti-Atlas. Nope, excuse me. Those are album names. Music from Nonium. We're going to listen to the full album of Dreams Remembered. We've got Theme, Michael D. Tidwell, and Piscean Daydreams. And lastly, I think Rotating Tapes. I might have more on deck. We'll see. All right, Quinacridone. What do we got here? Let's first put a little bit of the matte medium on the palette. So today's topic: what if nobody or no one ever saw your art or ever listened to your music? What if you were in an obscurity? And let's see if we can move this just a little bit out of my way. What would life be like? I mean, most of us, or I should say many of us, who get caught up in the numbers game, that idea terrifies some people. The idea of being of effectively being invisible to the world. So would you still make art? Would you still make music? And I think the answer to that question is going to obviously be very different for so many people. Let's use the palette knife right off the gate. Yeah. So what would you do? I mean, would you stop making art? Would you stop making music? Or whatever your thing is? To me, it's an interesting question to pose because it checks your motives. It checks your motives of, do I need validation from other people for my art, for my music to be of any value? Which is that's a tough question to pose to yourself. Miro, that I had wrestled with that question for many years. Thinking back to when I first started streaming on Twitch and making music here, I was just starting down the path of learning how to I like that. Learning how to not be so tightly wrapped in the approval of other people. But when I first started, I really didn't have terms for it or understanding for it, and it was more like dealing with imposter syndrome. The imposter syndrome, the more I realize it, is simply just a fancy term that we give for caring too much about what other people think. Placing too much stock and value in how other people are going to respond. And that, I mean, that's imposter syndrome. It's really not a fancy diagnosable thing. It's just Sorry, I'm just kind of caught up in this paint. It's yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah, I'm really in the zone right here. Losing my thought. All right, let me set that aside. All right, onto the canvas. I'm gonna need a little bit more. So, I don't know. I've thought about this a lot in terms of why do we care what people think? Why do we Oh, I like that a lot. Cool. All right, I like that too. I mean, I think part of it comes from the innate desire within us to be locked into community, to feel like we belong. I think that's a lot of it is, and I would say that to the degree that we did not have that growing up reflects the potential degree that you might feel that as an adult. Like if you did not grow up with basically surrounded by a village of people who are all caring for you and nurturing you and helping you become who you are today, you know, you're going to be clamoring for attention as an adult. I know this because this is my story. You know, it's not that my upbringing was so terrible, but in the lack of really being acknowledged and noticed as a child, you end up craving for the attention and the desire from others. And we use that, excuse me, we use, whoa, let's take a drink. We use art, drama, music, writing, whatever, we often use those things as a means for trying to get what we didn't have as a child. One of the things I learned in therapy is that oftentimes when you do that sort of projection, or that you have those kind of hopes baked in, that is a mirror that points to work that you have to do for yourself, inside yourself. Yeah, I like that too. Alright, let me clean this palette quick. And sorry, I'm trying to formulate a thought in my head. When we have work to do on ourselves, if we do the work, if we put in the time and the effort to nurture ourselves, to love ourselves, to notice ourselves, and be kind and compassionate to that little child inside that's still clamoring for attention. Because we all have a little bit of that to some degree. A little bit of an inner child that's wanting to be noticed, wanting to be validated, appreciated. So what would happen, though, if you're in that state and you're developing, you're trying to nurture yourself, you're trying to heal your past wounds, and you're maybe an artist or musician or writer, and what if no one ever saw your stuff? I think that when you check your motives and are at, if you can reach a place in your life where you recognize that you have your own deficiencies or your own things that you need to work on as a human being. If you can recognize those things, and that like the basics of love, we all want to feel loved, but first and foremost, you have to do that for yourself. You have to love yourself and nurture yourself and care for yourself. And if you do that, you already instill in yourself more healthy traits to be able to love other people with more greater levels of authenticity and without holding back, really. This, who's playing right now, is Nanium. This is his brand new album, Dreams Remembered. Let me see what you wrote here. There's no easy answer here, at least from my perspective, and this is from a perspective of someone who doesn't currently do any arts. On one hand, it's really hard not to receive recognition from your work, but if we receive payment for our work, I wouldn't want it to influence that I need to create art to survive. Like you said, you don't want to get caught up in the numbers game. The numbers are terrible. Like if you get sucked into that, worrying about how many people are watching and looking, but one of the things that, as I've explored art for myself, music, and with the help of the book, The Artist's Way, Karen, what's her name? I don't have the book handy, otherwise I would, or do I? No. Anyways, in my studies and in my exploration from like a philosophical standpoint, I feel like the main purpose of art is simply to be able to express the ineffable, to pour out your heart and your mind, your observations out onto canvas, out onto paper, in musical form. It's ultimately to process what you experience, what you see, to make sense of the world, make sense of what you're experiencing. I remember when I first started songwriting as a high schooler, writing poetry. No one ever saw my poetry. No one ever read it. But it was always cathartic because I was being able to put in words or on paper what I was feeling. And that act of emptying out what you're feeling onto something external so you can just see it for what it is. It's helpful. And I think that maybe that's my short answer to this whole thing, is that, let's see, do I want to do yellow or blue? I think that ultimately that's it, is that I feel like art and music ultimately, at its source, at its core, is just simply self-expression and being able to dump what's on the mind, what's on the heart. And anything beyond that is extraneous. It's extra. It's not required. You don't have to make a living selling your art or your music. You don't have to... I guess we're going to go blue. It's extra. It's not required to be... Let's see, should we make that blue gloss? No, we'll go matte. So, I don't know. I don't want to rain on anyone's parade about wanting to make money with their art, with their music, to try and chase the dream. But I'm going to tell you, from 40 some years of chasing the dream, that when things don't go your way, it is a recipe for disappointment. It is a recipe for feeling badly about yourself or badly about your art or your music or whatever. And when you can't get past the numbers game. All right, what are we gonna grab here? Let's go for... Let's bring out these two bad boys. All right, I think we're going to, at least for this one, maybe we'll use the palette knife on this, but start using a brush. Kind of interesting. Yeah, that ended up being kind of interesting. A little bit. Set that aside. I don't know. One of the interesting things that I've been playing around with in my mind as of late is entirely unplugging. Not necessarily from the internet itself, because the internet, I can't escape that with my job. But I don't know. I keep wondering why do we spin our wheels on social media? We say that we're connecting with people, but are we really connecting with people? You know, are we really making connections with another human being, or are we just hoping that there's some sort of connection there? I'm inclined to think that most people are not really connecting with another human being, like on a deeper level. Like to the point where you know people not just by their handles, but their first and last name, that you maybe even text back and forth or message each other on a platform, and you're regularly talking with one another. And I mean, there's a very small handful of people that I have that kind of relationship with on Instagram, where we do encourage each other, and we do talk, maybe not face to face or over the phone, but we do have some sort of relationship as friends. And God, that was a nice piece. Good job, Nanium. Good job. So I don't know. I struggle to see how social media is helping us connect. And I see the panic right now. The absolute panic about what's going on here in the United States and other places in the world. The feeling, the overwhelming feeling that society is on the verge of collapsing, that democracy is on the verge of collapsing. But what if we all just backed away slowly? Backed away from the phone, the computer, and embraced the real world and spent more time in the real world. Like I think we're like at this crisis point where we don't know how to talk to other people face to face. We don't know how to carry on a conversation with complete strangers. We don't know how to be accepting of other people's differences in real life. I mean, we do to some extent online, but I don't know. It's something I'm thinking about. So this song here, there's like a couple lines in it reminds me of like that one anthem in Star Wars. If you listen. That part right there. It just reminds me a little bit of Star Wars. So I don't know. I'm thinking about taking a month away from YouTube and Instagram. Obviously, I kind of still have to do it with keeping the relay station going, but of just spending the vast majority of my time offline, away from the computer, away from my phone if I can, to whatever extent is reasonable, I guess, because Oh my God. I hate how the phones have become a necessity. VPN for work or personal use, and multi-factor authentication. Like, so much for being able to completely ditch the phone. Work life has made the phone necessary, and I hate that. I really hate that. Hey, Seal. Welcome in, friend. Welcome in. We're just painting and having conversations about the topic, what if nobody ever saw your art? What if nobody ever listened to your music? Or whatever else that you create? What would happen? What if you were the only audience? What adjustments would you have to make? What changes in your perception, your ideologies would you have to make in order to feel like you could function? I've been thinking about this for myself, both with regard to my art and my music. I do have my stuff out on Bandcamp, and of course there are most of my albums, not all, but many of them are out on the social platform, or on the streaming platforms. But I've been wondering about this. So I have the advantage, or maybe disadvantage, of having lived through the 90s and the 80s, back when bands wanted to play somewhere, you didn't have any sort of hope, thin-veiled hope of going viral. In fact, going viral wasn't even a thing in that era throughout the 90s. Like if you were in a band, if you wanted people to show up, you went out and you slapped posters everywhere. You invited all your friends, all of the people that you know that are in other bands. You invited them, or maybe you even invited them to open for you, or maybe they invited you to open for them. It was a lot more collaborative. It was a lot more low key. It's like there's not a lot riding on the small local shows, but you do it because it's fun, and you're making music and you're tearing things up on the stage. But by and large, we didn't have this feeling that we're like we are entitled to fame. We wanted to be famous. We wanted to be that rock star up on the stage and selling millions of copies of, back then, cassettes and CDs or vinyl. But it wasn't as much of an illusion as it is now. Like now, people see the possibility of being able to go viral, of being able to be famous, but never more has it been even more difficult to achieve. Because the internet is the internet. Nobody has a foolproof formula for what is really going to be popular or what is going to be accepted. And the streaming services, the different social platforms have led us to believe that if we do these certain things, these certain practices, we'll be successful. But I don't believe them. Seal, you say, to be honest, it's a little hard because of my belief and ideology. Like you said, my dream is a little bit more different. Luckily, I will still that it was going to happen if I can't go in on this route. And so far, good. I'm doing okay. I'm just trying my best at this point. But yeah, I do question it a little bit. It's a good thing to question. It's a good thing to question the whole system. Really, it's a healthy thing, in fact, to question the system and to not just and to stop accepting things just, like this is the only way. So, like when I think about every time YouTube sends me a thing on here's how to be successful, or you see all the people posting on Instagram or whatever, here's the things that you got to do to be noticed, and it's like it's all a distraction from the real thing that you're trying to do. Oh, don't worry, man. Don't worry, Seal. It's all good. It's all right. You're just fine here. No one is going to judge you for your spelling. My spelling isn't the greatest either. Once in a while, I even have my moments with really bad grammar. Not always, but once in a while. But I think all of this nonsense that we get ourselves caught up in concerning the things that we need to do to be noticed, to be viral, for our reels and our posts to become popular, it's all a distraction. It's not servicing you, or it's not serving you anyway. You're only serving the platform. And I will say that to my death. That all of these made up things that we do, post 3 reels a week and then post 10 stories, but not on the same time that you do the thing with the reels, and like all these weird content things, all of the weird content generation. It's like, since when did we become slaves to a platform? And now you've got people that are going to ridiculous lengths to get noticed. Like absolutely absurd lengths. Like, if you spent any amount of time looking at what has become my Reels feed, you would just shake your head and just like, oh my God. And it's terrible. It is really terrible. The reason why I say it's terrible is it's like people have given up their dignity for the hope that they'll be noticed. So that to me points at a bigger problem. We all want to be noticed. We all want to be significant. But let me tell you this one thing. Actually, maybe it's 2 things. First of all, if you want to be significant, if you want to be valued, if you want to feel like a valuable human being to the world, you have to start with yourself. You have to do that for yourself. You have to cherish and value who you are. Cherish and value not the things that are illusory and ever-changing, like your opinion. Don't hold on to your opinion. Don't hold on to your beliefs so strongly that you're not willing to change or willing to learn or grow or adapt. But to value who you are at your core, that you are a human being, that you are a part of this universe. You are an expression made of stardust. You have an infinite amount of possibilities in this present moment. You are enough just as you are. You don't need to do anything, to believe anything, to think anything, to be more than who you are. And who you are right now, contrary to what a lot of people might feel about themselves, you are enough. You don't need all that shit off of Amazon. You don't need to be viral. You don't need to be noticed by 10 million strangers. You know, something I thought about the other day is, it's funny to me how, and this is a generalization, so forgive me. Oh, we got an ad break. I'm gonna wait. I nearly dipped my brush into my coffee. That would have been gross. All right, 8 seconds. We're almost there. Almost there. All right, we're back. We're back from the ads. Please, by the way, do not feel any sort of obligation or compulsion to give Jeff Bezos any more of your money than you need to. So don't feel any obligation to subscribe. Please don't. All right. So, where was I with my thought? So, feeling that significance, feeling that level of acceptance, of being noticed, that starts with you. That starts with you consuming art. I'm still seeing that in my head. It first starts with you in that when you are able to love yourself, when you're able to accept yourself and notice the things that you're good at and acknowledge that, and be willing to kind of say to yourself in acknowledgement, you know what, I'm pretty damn good at art, or I'm pretty damn good at this music, or whatever it is, or it doesn't even have to be about being good. It can be just, I really enjoy this because it's very fulfilling. I get to express myself sincerely with paint, with sketching, with my fountain pen, with music. I have the gift of the universe to create and to destroy, wrapped up in this whole thing. You do too. You have the creativity and the destructive potential locked within you from the universe. It's all of that kind of, it's just baked into who we are as human beings. And you don't need an audience for that. Now, historically, art has been simply a means of communication. Same with music. It's been a means of communication. It's a means of celebrating community. And by community, we're talking villages. We're not talking about nations here or worldwide celebrations. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of years ago, maybe even thousands, where music and art was a function of communication, a function of storytelling, of passing down tradition. It served a function. It wasn't, nobody was making money off their art. You know, and nowadays all of our creative endeavors have all become commodified and treated as an object, as a thing that can be sold. And along with that has come the narrative of saying, you too can do this. You too can become famous. Or you too can become this amazing viral artist, or everyone's gonna, it's all of the promises of fame. This is nothing new, right? Hollywood has been selling us that for a long time. And how many people go pursue their dreams they go out to LA, out to Hollywood, and realize just how difficult it is. Same with New York. People go to New York City to hope to realize their dreams, and the city eats them alive. And only the real strong survive. The rest become lifelong servers at a restaurant. There's nothing wrong with that, but they're realizing that their dream is a lot more difficult to obtain than they thought. You ask, what would happen if you are very talented on something, but it brings you no joy or passion? That's a very good question. If you're very talented at something and it brings you no joy, then don't do it. Unless it's your job, and it's earning you an income to be able to pay for the things, the cost of living. But like if you are a really good painter, but you hate painting, stop doing it. It's really not about if you're good at it or not. Because good is just a comparison that doesn't serve us. The comparisons only, this is an idea that's kind of a newer idea to me that I've been working with, is this idea that comparisons within art, and by extension judgment, there really is no place for it in art and music in its more pure state. But where judgment and comparison really only becomes appropriate in the arts, and excuse me, I'm painting, I should probably show you what I'm doing. The only time that comparisons and judgment are probably on an acceptable level in art is if you are engaging with commerce, i.e. selling your work, or if you're participating in competitions. But the realm of competitions and capitalism it's I don't know, I think that it's fraught with a lot of landmines, metaphorically speaking. Because in capitalism and in competitions, that whole realm is subjective. I mean, there are some things you can say objectively. You know, if you can totally discern from the work that the person has absolutely no skill whatsoever, you might be able to assess that, but in its more pure state of art and music and self-expression, writing, making crafts, sewing, there's no judgment. There's no room for judgment in art, because who you are right now is who you are. Your level of abilities right now are what your levels of ability are right now, because of everything that has proceeded before you. This is why it is extremely problematic when musicians start comparing themselves to other people. Like, the classic thing when, you're like, if you're a guitarist and you're pretty good, but then you happen upon a video of some 6-year-old girl sporting an electric guitar, and she shreds the thing to pieces. Like, it's just an amazing virtuoso of level of talent. It makes you want to hang up your instrument. It makes you just want to quit. I remember numerous videos like that where watching just these kids, these little kids, and they can play way better than I play. They have a lot more skill, but that's because I would argue that if they don't have like savant natural abilities within themselves, that they had a parent or both parents constantly on them to practice, constantly on them nurturing that ability to make music or art or learn their instrument or whatever. I mean, you think about some of the musicians that come out of China and Russia, where their parents send them off to a specific school for whatever their proclivity is. And those kids will spend 40, 60, 80 hours a week on whatever their craft is, whatever their skill that they're trying to learn and hone within a schooling system. So you can't ever really compare yourself to other people, because you do not have the same journey or lived experience that they do. So you gotta set that aside. All right, we're getting there. If you haven't noticed, Seal, I am working between 6 different mediums. I've got 4 different sized tablets, all paper medium, and then I've got 2 canvases. So it's kind of like bouncing between multiple paintings here. Same color palette, but different, I don't know, entirely different outcomes. I think I'm going to use a palette knife on this. So, but I don't know if that really answered your question. I know I spoke at length about multiple things, but I don't know, if you don't like what you're doing, then just stop doing it. But I will say this, that as an artist, as a musician, or a creative type, if you find yourself reaching a point where you're like, this is a struggle, or this is not fun anymore, that is not necessarily a time to give up, but I would say it's probably more accurately or more appropriately a time to just give yourself some space to rest and give yourself and nurture yourself. Go spend time in an art museum. Go for a really long walk in nature. Or go vinyl shopping or whatever. Whatever it does, whatever you can do to help nurture yourself and inspire you. The other thing is that there's this book. It's called The Artist's Way. Highly recommend it. It was very instrumental for me in helping me overcome some of my creative blocks. And sorry, I had to think there for a second. There's two things that the author of the book, let me see if I can find it actually. Well, I don't know what happened to it. It's somewhere. There's a book. It's called The Artist's Way. And there are two things that habits that the author suggests forming. One is what she calls morning pages. It's more or less journaling, but you have a dedicated notebook that every morning you sit down and you write 3 pages, and it can be anything at all. But more often than not, it also becomes a great place to start processing some of the things that you're thinking about, or some of the struggles that you're enduring, or maybe some of the challenges you're experiencing with art or music or whatever your creative outlet is. And there's a magical thing. Well, it's not really magical, but it feels magical. That many times, more often than not, about a page and a half into your 3 pages, as you're processing through some of the struggles or some of the challenges, solutions start to kind of beep, boop. You start to get ideas or start to feel or intuit. Oh God, how do I say this? You start to experience a little bit of intuition about some of the possible solutions to some of these challenges or problems. So it's as you work through these 3 pages every day, you're writing and writing, sometimes those solutions kind of present themselves. The second thing that she recommends is what she calls an artist's date. It's every week for a couple hours, once a week, go treat yourself. Go do something fun and nurturing and something that inspires you. For me, it's going to the Minneapolis Institute of Art, or sitting in the conservatory and taking in the plant life and the flowers and the trees, and sketching in the midst of all of that, or going for a really long hike in nature, and anything that kind of helps nurture. And it can be something silly or stupid too, like going to a thrift store or a secondhand shop and finding unconventional art supplies or things to make art out of, or whatever. Or limitless possibilities. It just comes down to your creative boundaries. So those two things, so the act of morning pages is kind of like an upload to the universe. Like, here are all my struggles. Here's all the things I'm wrestling with. Here are the challenges I have. And here are the things that I'm thinking about. And then sometimes the artist's date, when you're out and about and you're nurturing yourself with activities or things, sometimes you get the download from the universe, the answers or the inspiration or what have you. So there's something about that. So first of all, I would encourage you to check out the book, The Artist's Way. Sorry, I do not have the author's last name, but there's only one book called The Artist's Way. Highly, highly recommend it. But I've seen, I don't agree with everything in her book. And that's okay. We don't need to agree with everything that we read. In fact, I think that's kind of I don't want to call it a toxic thing, but I feel it's an unnecessary thing where we feel like we have to agree with one another. In fact, we don't, as a culture, as a society, we don't know how to properly disagree. We place so much stock in our opinions, in our beliefs, so much so that there is absolutely no room for a conversation or a dialogue about beliefs or thoughts or opinions that are different from our own. Which is why we're having such a very difficult time in America. We don't know how to extract ourselves away from our opinions and our beliefs. We personalize them so much. But because we do not know how to separate ourselves from our opinions and our beliefs and just accept them as a transient thing that we hold in our mind, because we don't know how to do that, we don't know how to get along with one another. We don't know how to talk with people who hold a different ideology or a different belief or opinion than we do. That's my hot take for the moment. Interesting. I don't pretend to be a really amazing artist, but I don't really care either, because I'm finally at a spot in my life where I make art because it feels like a natural way to express myself and a natural way to release feelings, release tension, to let go of thoughts, or to express myself. It's kind of like my gift back to the universe. So you say, forgive me, but I might have to go right now. I've got something important to do, but it's great to see you again, and thank you for some advice and answer to... Oh, anytime, Seal. Anytime. You go take care of yourself. Go take care of yourself. Please do. And thank you. Thank you for stopping by. You're welcome here anytime. Anytime. I usually stream here Sundays around 17 or 1800 GMT, I think it is. Around between noon or 1 p.m. Central. You're welcome any time. All right, all right, everything's got a little splash of blue. I think now we're going to bring in the yellow. All right, another splash of coffee. All right. My favorite color, cadmium yellow, deep hue. And a little acrylic paint booger. It is not lost on me, for as much as I loathe plastics. Like, I can't even begin to tell you how much I hate plastic. I think it is a terrible medium for packaging, for all of the things that we use it for. And yet, here I am working with acrylic paint, and that's more or less butter a plastic that has the consistency of butter. You know, that's all it is. It's just plastic. So I hate that element about it. Oh, yeah. Okay. I think I might even go like this. That's kind of interesting. That's interesting. Some of the colors that evolved out of that. Trying to work with this blue. That's kind of interesting. So I don't know, I think that kind of more or less exhausts how I feel about people seeing my work. You know, I've been thinking about that though on a personal level. About really withdrawing from social media, selectively anyway, limiting my time on YouTube. I've thought about the idea of bringing back the old paper-based magazine, or we called them zines back in the day, back in the 90s. It used to be a fun thing for me. I would, for one of my bands, we did the whole paper, indie underground zine kind of thing, and we had, you know, mailed them out every month, and just kind of fun means of expression. You know, like I would sketch a bunch of things, and we'd have kind of Monty Python-esque kind of sketches, or not sketches, clip art literal clip art, like we're clipping out pictures from magazines or whatever and repurposing them or putting in clips of photographs. Thinking of bringing that back, but maybe in a more digital format, because it would be nice to not also have to deal with international postage. But I'm thinking about the whole like what does it look like, or what would a life look like of where I'm effectively making art and music in a vacuum and don't really care who sees it, who hears it, but provide it in a means that if you really want it, you're going to have to work to get it. Like the complete antithesis of just the way things are. We have so much media out there. There's so much content that it's really easy to come by, you know. And granted, many of us just end up, gosh, I like this too. We end up just letting the algorithm serve us up content instead of actually seeking it out and engaging with it directly. You know, like, good example would be, we hope, like, for example, like in my exploration of Buddhism, instead of relying on the algorithm to serve me up content of Buddhist teachers or commentators, just go out and buy a damn book and read the book. You know, so, you know, I think I'll continue to still leave stuff out there in the digital space, but I think I want to make it tough for people to find my music, and if they really want to hear it, and I'll balance this out in a minute, that they go through the effort to get it, you know, and maybe it comes in the form of mixtapes, you know, good old-fashioned cassette mixtapes. And maybe like on Bandcamp, you can get the audio download for free, but all of the cassettes would have customized artwork in them, you know, so everything would be like handcrafted, as like to show that there's person behind this, and it's not just it's just not some digital upload, and something that's tangible that you can get behind, like even like painting postcards and stuff to go with every piece. And so when you buy like a cassette, if you buy a cassette, and again, I don't care about the capitalism of it. This is not about making money. It's more about paying for the materials and the postage than anything. But sending something personal along with the music as a means of having a touch point, and then carrying on from, you know, when someone buys something, you know, then starting up a conversation with these people and becoming more personal about that transaction. So this is a whole thing I'm formulating, and I'm also thinking about, how do I adapt the relay station to that model, the program. You know, do I resume the whole thing about looking for radio stations to pick up the program? Or do I make it more kind of like, you know, a little bit more underground feeling, where there's a specific means with which you can tune in. I don't know. I'm still working through a lot of these things. Like how do you find the balance between playing the game in the digital space, the game that everyone else does, and yet kind of sticking the proverbial middle finger to it all and say, screw you, I don't care about metrics, how many people are tuning in. But the few that do tune in, the few that are regular, or the people that consider themselves a part of the community, then you have personal attention. You know, we build relationships within that community. That seems to me to be a lot more fulfilling than 100,000 people liking my material but never interacting, never sending a message, never directly having a conversation with. You know, that's the part where I think the whole viral thing is just nonsense. So you gain popularity. Congratulations, what are you going to do with it? And none of those people, or I should say very few of those people, are actually going to reciprocate a relationship, a friendship, a connection. I don't know. You know what I mean? They're crazy ideas. They're really different. They're very countercultural. I don't know. I watched this interesting video. Was it last night or the night before? It was a video essay. And the person was making their whole thesis was that punk is dead. And by punk, he doesn't mean punk music. He means the punk attitude is dead. Let me unpack that in a second. So he was trying to make the case that, you know, and he's using old school punk as a comparison model. That, you know, the original punk scene was all about being able to comfortably within one's own belief framework or their ideology framework to be able to criticize and point out the way things are without a filter. The kind of the whole sorry, I'm thinking again. I won't let it happen too much. Kind of liking this. But the idea of challenging status quo, challenging the way things are, challenging commonly held beliefs and thoughts. And I mean that's the nature of punk, is challenging the status quo, challenging society, challenging the norms. And his argument was that no longer is that even possible. Which, because he points out that, you know, everything now is like, well, people want to laugh at everything. So even the most serious of content, some people, you know, make light of it. And I don't know. I think there is still room for countercultural messaging and expression, i.e. punk ways of thinking and viewing and communicating, where it's, and I think ambient music is a perfect candidate for that. If you think about the proliferation of short content, 30 seconds, 15, like how much time people, or how little time people actually spend on the average post. Flip, and just flipping through all the time. And very rarely stopping to sit with a piece of content unless it really resonates with you, and or they're really hard to understand and you're like, I gotta go back over that again. I didn't catch that. Or it's a train wreck and you're just like, I can't turn away from this, and it's terrible, but I can't stop watching. But ambient music, I think, is poised to be the perfect countercultural response to the way things are right now. Who is going to sit through a 15-minute ambient composition? Not very many. So I spent some time looking at my stats from January, and just to see, kind of confirm for myself the nature of the reality. Are people actually listening to ambient music? And this would include the people that follow us, or the people that we and by and large, it was, you know, maybe some of my compositions were listened to by one or two people. If I look on YouTube for the long form versions of the pieces, like the full length audio, the average view duration is like a minute and a half. It doesn't bother me. It just points to the reality is that people have really short attention spans. So it has me wanting to continue making really long form content, even though nobody is going to see it. Because it is my response to the world. Like, y'all are crazy. You can't even sit still for 60 seconds. And you're already off to some other piece of content. Hoping to entertain yourself. Hoping to give you that little bit of feeling, that little hit, that little dopamine hit. Keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling. I don't know. Maybe punk is dead, but that to me just seems like the antithesis of the response that our culture needs now. The rejection of short form content for long form content. I don't know. But it requires, I don't know, here's the irony, is that it requires pulling back from all of the things that demand for our attention all the time. I don't know. I'm also thinking too about how we tend to fight against the things that we're not, that against the way that things are. I think about how so many people are trying to fight against what feels like tyranny here in the United States. The whole oligarchy just... But this is where we are right now. This is the nature of 40 to 50% of the population. So blindly going with the status quo, and the other near half is all freaking out. But this is the way. This is where we are. This is where we are. All right. Got 3 colors laid down. Let's think about adding some black or white. And establish some layering and establish some contrast. It's not the black that I'm trying to create shadows or anything like that, or trying to darken any of the colors, but thinking more minimalist. That's what I'm thinking. And one of the really interesting things about this matte medium... Oh, scene change. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm cleaning. hardly interesting watching me clean. So the interesting thing about watching the matte and the gloss medium dry when it's all by itself, it kind of took me by surprise, because the last time I used my palette and I used the medium, there was a fair amount that apparently I didn't clean up off the palette, and it looked just like the plastic film when you get brand new electronics. That's exactly what it seemed like, and you could just rip it right off. And of course, it's acrylic, it's plastic. All right, let's think about this. Let's do, I think for the black, we're gonna do some gloss medium to make the black pop. But I think we're gonna do mostly scribbles. We're gonna use maybe like A pair of chopsticks or something. No paintbrushes, no palette knife, just kind of scratches and stuff. I think that's what we're gonna do. See how it works out. Oh my god. Oh my god. More acrylic boogers. Come on. Get out of there. I should make a piece someday that is made up of all of these acrylic boogers. Of course, that would mean saving up all of said boogers. Yep. Oh, this is kind of making it a lighter black. That's kind of like a really dark gray. It's kind of nice. All right, I think let's grab a chopstick. That black just made that interesting now. That's fascinating. Intriguing. All right, set that aside. Move to this. Some interesting things coming about here. Not sure what to do with this. So I had a really interesting therapy session recently. Here I am disclosing the contents of my therapy. Violating my own HIPAA regulations. One of the things that I have been struggling with is just the way that things are. You know, for all my talk about acceptance and whatnot, I still really struggle with accepting that this is just the way things, I don't know. Like, I get really hung up on environmental issues when I see people just doing absolutely things that just don't make sense. Like, dude, what you're doing right now that just cannot help us as a species. Why are you doing this to yourself? Why are you doing this to everyone? It's those sorts of things to sorting through. And my therapist, who does have some background in Buddhism as well, so she's able to talk about it, and we're able to put things in these sorts of context. One of the ideas is that it's often taught in Buddhist circles is acceptance of the way things are. And acceptance of the way things are isn't a denial of the way we think things should be, or a denial of any sort of idealized world, but more of an acceptance of, well, because of the circumstances and prevailing influences, this is the way things just are. And so she was like, maybe and I really struggle when she said this. She's like, maybe this is the way it was always meant to be. Maybe humanity, if there is any sort of destiny, or I don't believe in destiny, but maybe that this is what humanity was always going to amount to. That because of how we are wired, because of how much we can influence one another, because of our constant feeling like we've got to come up for solutions for every single one of our problems, that we just invariably invent more problems in the search for solutions. Like, so one illustration of this idea. So, we used to have horse and buggies, right? And if the snow got too deep, you just didn't go anywhere. You hunkered down, you had supplies, you hopefully had enough to last you through until you could, or actually, if you were in really snowy climates like myself, you probably even had a sleigh, horse-drawn. So, but we invent these cars, Henry Ford and some other people, and now suddenly these cars, they can't just necessarily get through the snow. So you have to build snow plows, and then we built more roads to serve the needs of these cars. But then we realized that, well, that's not enough just to plow, because now people are slipping everywhere. So now we got to get salt and sand and come up with these chemicals and compounds to effectively make plowing the roads easier and making them dry easier. But then in the process, we are just adding salt to our water supply, because all of that has to drain somewhere. So our lakes, at least here in Minnesota, are slowly becoming more, the salt content is slowly increasing with time. So in the search for a solution to a problem, we generate more problems. And then we try and come up with solutions to those problems. And invariably, my money's on that we're going to create more problems. Oh, I love this album. This is Rotating Tapes album number 1. It's a great album. One of my favorites. In fact, you know what? I'm just going to stop talking. I'm going to stop talking. You can't make me. And we're just going to listen for a while. And I'm going to paint. This album is mesmerizing. It's one of my favorites of all time. And this is the first release. As a friend of mine in the UK, and his name's Fraser, and goes by the moniker Rotating Tapes. And when I heard this album from start to finish, I was just spellbound. Like you said, simply mesmerizing. And I had tried, when I was still doing the Ambient Discourses podcast, I was trying desperately to get him on the podcast. And he felt so self-conscious about it. He didn't feel like, well, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he struggled to see himself with the same kind of amazement and wonder that I saw him and his music with. And I'm like, dude, this album is so good. It's so amazing. It's so soothing. And it has just a really interesting evolution about it. It's like if you're in it for the long haul, if you're willing to sit with the full album, and it's really not that long. I mean, it's maybe, I don't know, 40 minutes, 50 minutes. If you're willing to just sit with it, it really, I don't know, it really does something for you. And I've listened to this album so many times. I can't even tell you how many times I've listened to this. If he ever, and I don't think this will ever happen, but if he ever decides to issue this on vinyl or even cassette, I will be first in line. You can't beat me. I will be first in line for this album. In fact, I will be like, Fraser, hit me up with a copy number 1, please. Put the number 1 on it, autograph it, and I will send you double what you're asking for. So much I love this album. His follow-up is really good too. Number 2 is the follow-up. We're going to listen to that one after this one's over. But and he was so flabbergasted. He was just like, no one's really ever thought about my music in this way or complimented him in this way. And so he was just really taken aback by it. I'm like, but dude, this is such beautiful music. It deserves to be heard. It deserves to be heard. But on the note of the topic today, what if nobody ever heard this album? It would be a shame, but at the same time, this is, it's his diary moment this is his moment in a time, and this is what poured out of his heart and his soul and through whatever he was using. And this is where I think that this is a new idea for me that I'm playing with. But I think that, I kind of like this. Adding this little black texture here. Oh yeah. That's kind of cool. Maybe we'll taper it a little bit down here. the way I see it is that he is, I don't know, he's putting something, it's like a response back to the universe. The universe gives you a circumstance or a thing, good or bad, doesn't matter really. And this is just like your snapshot, it's your diary entry, it's your way of voicing back to the universe how you feel about something. And I think that stuff, that even if nobody listens or watches or whatever, I think it has the potential to have ripple effects on some level. Because first of all, if as a musician or artist, I think that if you are allowing these expressions and feelings, oh God, I love that. If you're allowing these sorts of things to, oh God, what am I trying to say? If the process of creating moved you and shaped you and changed you and molded you into a new perspective, or maybe or just having had the joy of creating something that maybe leads to something else. Something small like that can have a ripple effect, I believe, and people may never ever know that there was a song or an album or a piece of art that was behind all of that, behind all of the changes. Like, so interesting side tangent here. I was watching a Big Think short 10, 11, 12 minute, not really a lecture because it's so short, but a short video essay kind of lecture type thing, where the person that was talking or sharing these ideas, he oh shoot, now I lost it. I completely lost it. Classic. Classic. Oh, I remember now. Okay, it just took me a minute. Ooh, I need get some brush conditioner on this. This brush needs some help. It's got some crazy hairs on the side. He was talking about how, and he was talking specifically about chaos, and that for by and large most of society, and by society it's really organized society, or even not even organized, for most of humanity's history we have dealt with localized chaos and global order. Global order in the sense that the world, the ecosystem, just managed itself. And any chaos stirred up by humans was localized. So you had armies or factions warring with one another, you know, Attila the Hun making land grabs. They're by and large local problems, local struggles, local chaos. The change in cultures or the change of power. But now we've got this interesting flip where it feels like, in this is a generalization, it feels like localized stability but global chaos, where the tables are turned. And we see this from the impact that we have globally as individuals because of technology. Technology has enabled us to influence far and away more people than maybe we're even meant to as a species, or historically, I should say. You know, it was not very common to be able to influence more than, say, I don't know, a couple dozen people in your lifetime, 100 people, I don't know. Numbers are arbitrary, but our level of influence was small when we were pre-technology, pre-global technology. And now our capacity to influence and change on a global scale is much more substantial because of technology. But that's introduced a level of chaos that I don't think we know how to deal with. The chaos of conflicting personalities and ideologies and beliefs, and there's no way to reconcile that because we don't know how to listen to one another. We don't know how to carry on conversations with someone that thinks differently than we do. And we place so much stock in our opinion, in our belief. And by and large, I think many of us have this feeling of locally things are relatively stable. But on a much larger global scale, things are a lot more chaotic. This is granted, these are just generalizations and these are theories pontificated by this guy on Big Think. But and one of the points that he was trying to make is that in antiquity, in order to make a global change, it required substantial effort. It required substantial momentum to be able to make a change on the national or worldwide scale, right? Because there was, with each slowly developing technology like the printing press, the telegraph, things like that, it made it slightly more possible for global change, but still, by and large, it took substantial amounts of effort. Whereas now, a simple tweet can enrage the world and send us all collapsing into a spiral of I'm painting, by the way. Probably should move that. This should have been track 1. I don't know why this is playing third to last. Probably lacking some track numbers in the metadata. I'll have to resolve that. And there's Sunny barking about something. Who knows? But it's interesting, the hypothesis that this lecturer had, this philosopher or whatever his title is that he thinks that really we are at a place where something small could potentially be absolutely devastatingly disruptive to the global stability. But this has me wondering, so I've been thinking about this a lot, trying not to devolve into a end of the world type thinking. that really the small actions could really change our culture. But it would require the kind of, I don't know, tipping point where it seems like this is the thing that makes the most sense. And to me, part of that is withdrawing from technology. That's a very difficult sell right now because we're so addicted to our phones. But it's precisely these things that are causing, or I should say, because these things are intertwined with our humanity, and our humanity is so easily manipulated. And we're often hoodwinked by our mind's adherence to what it was programmed to do biologically, and that's help us survive. I don't know if I'm making sense, but we tend to the whole fight or flight thing, where we tend to get worked up about things and then start to draw extremes, and it's all in the effort of trying to spare us from some impending doom. But if we have localized order, more or less, and there are some communities that just do not have that right now. I'm thinking the poor residents of Gaza, thinking of other places that are war-torn, or Los Angeles, Western North Carolina, and other places. But if we have some semblance of localized stability, and maybe even redefining that localized as stability within yourself, that maybe we can stem or curb this, what feels like we're all just lemmings, just headed right for the cliff. I don't know if you feel that. I feel that a lot. Like, I feel like we can't help ourselves, and we're all on a one-way course, ready to just launch ourselves off the edge of the cliff. Thelma and Louise style. And all the overwhelming things, the plastic everywhere that's in our water systems, in our ground, and we're slowly becoming plastic ourselves with it, the little microplastics inside our bloodstream and in our body. The way that species are slowly becoming extinct, and I don't know, all of these things. To me, the antidote is just simply withdrawing, not from activism or participation, but withdrawing into the quiet space within, to quiet your mind down, to quiet down your heart. And because our mind generates most of the suffering. Actually, it generates pretty much all of the suffering. For really observant. I really like that. That's cool. I really like that. That works for me. So I don't know. I feel like part of the antidote, maybe not the entire antidote, but part of the antidote to our problems, our global problems, is simply that we need to withdraw to a place of balance in terms of our engagement on the global scale, and to find peace inside, and let that peace inside, that internal peace, drive our decisions, drive our perspectives. And use that peace and that quiet and that serenity inside to help shape how we treat other people and how we treat ourselves and how we interact. I don't know. It's a theory I'm working with. I should say it's an idea that I'm working with. I don't know if I want to call it a theory because I don't have a way to rigorously scientifically test, but I'm inclined to think that, at least from my own lived experience, when I'm feeling absolutely worked up by whatever it is, whatever's going on, the thing that always calms me down is stepping back, spend some time in meditation, spend some time breathing deeply, and regulating my system, doing what I need to do to regulate my nervous system so that I can bring a little bit more sanity to my decisions or to my perspectives on life, which I think makes a little bit, I don't like this mess. Don't like it. So let's introduce some chaos. Little chaos on the canvas. All right. One thing I think my paintings are really lacking right now is movement, like a strongly defined sense of movement. I think that's one of the things I should have been doing right from the get-go, is just establish the movement and then work around that. That's okay. That's okay. It's all right. No one's gonna care. What a weird world we live in. What a weird world. And yeah, to your point, going back about the comment about ambient music artists are probably the most underrated artists. I think you are spot on about that. And I think they'll continue to be underrated until people are able to get a better handle on their attention span. It's not popular music. It is not. And that's okay. That's okay. I think ambient music serves a really good purpose. It's like this gentle call, this calling within to quiet down, to still yourself down and just listen, to be present with the music. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this one so far. I think I like the other painting better. Or the other canvas better. But that's okay. Alright, let's stop here for a moment while I clean this up. Going to look through every piece and kind of try and establish its movement. If I don't have a clear sense of where the movement is, I think we'll force it with a little bit more black or maybe some white to kind of establish that movement, or maybe pick a dominant color and use that to kind of establish movement. Otherwise the pieces end up becoming a chaotic mess of no order, no movement, no interest. And also my pieces don't have any focal points, which is another not issue, but another thing I didn't bring into consideration. Something that is usually a helpful thing to do. Well, 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. I think we'll take a moment to look at all of the compositions, see if there's anything we can do to inject movement, and then maybe try and make some corrections. But I don't think I'm going to stream too much. Hey, Disillusionist. So nice to see you. I hope you are doing well and mindful. Nice to see you as well. So now, thinking of movement, this has a decent amount of movement. It's a little conflicting. Got this nice arc of yellow, which leads right into this magenta. Kind of leads you around. And this has the conflicting emotion or movement where it's like moving away from all that, which is kind of interesting. I don't think I need to do anything in terms of movement, changing movement on this one though. I think I want to reintroduce some more white, maybe even bring it in here. The yellow, blue, and magenta seem a little bit more balanced. So maybe a little bit more white. So I think that's what we're going to do with that one. This one, this is chaotic, but I love it. I love particularly the edge of the black. There was a little bit of movement here. Maybe I could do something to kind of bring this, well, maybe just the black implies kind of like a trickling, bringing you back in. There's a little bit of movement there. This, color-wise, this also feels a little bit more balanced. No one color is too well, the black may be a little bit too dominant here, but I'm not sure that I would add anything. Maybe clean up this a little, because this is a little bit of a mess. Maybe bring wash a thing of white across it. Yeah, set that aside and sit on it. This one, I'm not really happy with. It's too much black. There is interesting stuff that's going on color combination wise or color mixing wise, where the magenta and the yellow kind of play together here, and the yellow and the blue play together. And I feel like this needs, I think we need to do a little something. a little bit of something. And we're just going to be bold about it. Because life is short to be too preoccupied about making conservative choices. Not exactly a fan of that choice, but that's okay. We're using that white to bring us back some of that negative space from the paper, and then maybe we can reintroduce some other color. We bring back in some more blue. I think this needs more blue. Maybe bring some of this white up into that. Yeah, that's kind of chaotic, but we'll set that aside. I actually don't like this either. Nope, I don't like it. One of the things I learned from some other artists is, and even really well-established artists, it's like, you will have ugly art. You will. There's no getting around it. In fact, some artists even liken like their art sometimes that has like this teenager phase where it's just, or not even teenager, like the pre-teenager thing, where you're so awkward. Your body is just like all different sizes and things don't feel like they match, or like you have huge feet but a small nose or whatever. Your legs are short. It's just awkwardness. And it just requires patience and just getting through the ugly phase. The awkward developmental phases. Just getting through it. Get through to the other side. Okay, now that's getting kind of interesting. Now that we've disrupted all that black, now I feel like we have a little bit more handle over some of the chaos. So bringing in some of that blue, like through here, interplay with the magenta. So maybe some blue and magenta. Maybe scrape down just a little bit of that yellow. I should get caught up. I took a walk to the local grocery store just a bit ago. So happy to feel better. Had a cold, have sunshine to enjoy, and working a gift. Oh, that sounds awesome. I tell you, there is nothing like a good walk outside to kind of clear the head. Even sometimes on a cold day, you know, I have not been walking nearly as much as I should. But I tell you, that's a habit I really need to reprioritize. It used to be a priority of mine. I used to go for 1 or 2 walks every day and rarely missed. Last year, I prided myself that I went for a walk. I think I only missed a few days. And that's when it was like -20 or something ridiculous. But of course, last year we also had that unseasonably warm weather through our winter. Movement here and the colors make me feel like it's the jumble of a late night out after being at a concert or bar, and the bright, busy feeling from that. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. All right, let's set this aside. Let's look at this one. This one, I don't think I want to do anything to it. I think this one is good. Is a good balance of color. There's a sense of layering a little bit. I could probably do a little bit more to establish more layers, but this is really okay. I like the movement here. It's kind of like a take you across the page kind of thing. There's a little bit of implied movement to stir you elsewhere, but I think this one's done. I think we're going to call this one done. Yeah. The most weird thing was gardening in February. Like, I was weeding and clearing out rocks and other things and sticks in the garden in February. I was building up our raised gardens, like our mounds. I didn't use wood or anything, but like building up mounds for our raised garden in March. So weird. Oh yeah, I like this. This piece delights me. I think this is... So, one of the things I mentioned to Miro probably at the start of the stream is I'm hoping that one of these paintings, one out of the 6, because I got 6 different ones going all at the same time, same palette, same colors, just different ideas or different patterns and whatnot. The hope is to land with a piece that I can use as my prompt, and then I'm going to make music based off of that painting. And so throughout the month of February, I'm going to do a painting on Sunday, and then the rest of the week, or maybe if I can do 2 a week, that would be really ambitious, but I'm planning on 1 a week. Do a nice painting, and then create a composition, a musical composition to be paired with that painting, and then release those on a weekly basis. One of the things I've been doing throughout all of January, I was participating in this month-long challenge called Jamuary with an M, Jamuary, and creating compositions every single day, and that was a lot of work. But 31 compositions, 31 improv sessions, a lot of exploration and experimentation. So, experimenting with drones and feedback loops and noise and resonance and a lot of different concepts in giving myself permission to try things that I've never done before. So, yeah, 100% disillusionist. It really does grease the wheels of creativity. One of the challenges, and a friend of mine from the UK that was kind of spearheading this for the ambient community, one of his prompts was no input. So create music without an input. And the only way you can really do that then is by creating a feedback loop of some sort. So you kind of feed the system back into itself, and you use the feedback to create tones and sounds and whatnot. And so I created a series of 5 different textures and drones using just feedback through my system over here. So I fed it back into itself, and you have to be really careful, because otherwise you really blow out your ears if you're not really soft and gentle with it, because you just suddenly just get really solid, loud tone in your face. But working with it, just real subtleties. And so one of the compositions was all built with feedback, and I'd never done that before. And it was a really interesting challenge. And the whole thing, if anything, if I accomplished anything, it further enhanced my palette, my ability to branch out and try different techniques that I've never applied before and use them in ordinary songwriting. So I think the idea of, using feedback-based music to build some, or to add some texture or dimension to a composition is now suddenly really interesting to me. Or the idea of creating a loop and then recording it onto a distressed cassette tape and then taking that distressed playback and making a loop out of that. And so kind of adding more dimension and texture and whatnot. So it was really, really fascinating process for me. But, all right, I digress. I like this. I really like this. You can't change my mind. So I think we're going to indicate that this is done. With a little signature. Not that this is going to become some world famous painting or anything, but I really like the color play. Like some of these colors that emerged just from their adjacency and also from being mixed together produced some really interesting. I love the white in between the blue and the yellow. I really just kind of love all these mixes. The orange, this peach that kind of rose out of that. This really soft, like almost rainbowish kind of thing. Like that's in this pink. It just, I don't know. This really works for me. So I'm not going to touch it. I'm going to leave it be. Call it good. In fact, I would probably frame this one. I like this one a lot. All right. On to the smaller medium. Let's see. I didn't do the canvases yet, I think. This one I'm not so sure. Feel like this could use a wash of white somewhere to just break this up a little bit, because this is so, I just feel like this needs to be broken up. So I might, let's just do that now. Let's maybe grab a smaller palette knife, a little bit of titanium white, and then I just want to be careful though that I don't get rid of, I don't undo some of these interesting colors. So maybe I might start in the middle of this black. Kind of just break that up just a little bit. And maybe even a little texture. So let's maybe also, to help establish a sense of consistency, let's apply a little bit here. Bit of that up, and then maybe one more, because Miles Davis said, because whatever Miles Davis says, must be truth. That there are no such things as mistakes. And even if you played what might be considered a wrong note, sheer repetition establishes it as normal, as expected. Isn't that crazy? Which, I mean, if you think about that, that's how we're being manipulated on the mass stage. If you hear the same damn message every day, that idea starts to become normalized because of repetition. That's already better, having that white. Sunlight on the ground that came through stained glass. That's what, oh yeah. Yeah, totally. Kind of like that, yeah. A little bit of white to break it up. Yeah, that white really helped. Now there's a little bit more movement. There's this energy that's sending you off to the corner. Or back into this red, this magenta kind of being a point of interest. Let me break up some of this just a little. Just a little bit. Break up that line so that there's not that hard line between. Yeah. I'm going to leave that because I love that complex swirl of colors. Maybe we can go against the grain right here. Every now and then you got to break the rules. Go against the grain. All right. I think I'm going to leave that. It's at a decent spot. I'm not sure if I'm 100% happy with it, but this is my sketchbook, and it's not as important for this one to be amazing, but it is getting there. If it could use anything, maybe a little bit more blue, but I kind of like where it's at right now. Do I want to add more blue in there? I don't know. Almost every section is working for me. Actually, you know what? Maybe we could do it down here. Let's do that. Let's kind of texturize some of this. We'll leave some of the under painting. And then we'll come back over and wash that with a blue. Yep, that's what we're going to do. High five! High five! How are you doing? High five. Yeah, that little patch of blue, I want to carry that down here as well. So, and if I can do that, I think this is going to be more balanced. I love these interplay of colors, just too much to do anything about it, especially over here. Really love that. It's a little chaotic, a little green, but I still like it. The white really did help break things up, though. All right. Let's turn to the canvas. This one. You know, it's dawning on me that I think I already talked about the canvas, but it's good to come back to it and look at it again. I'm not sure I want to... I gotta think about this one. I like the sides. I like what's going on here. I like the play of the blue and the magenta, especially right here. The black, I'm kind of, yeah, that's alright. But this, I guess this general area here feels unresolved to me. Let's try bringing in some of the white. How are you doing? High five. Oh, you doing all right? Okay. So nice to see you. I hope things are going more than all right for you in your world, in your neck of the universe. We've been talking a little bit about the chaos, growing global chaos. It is a little bit off topic from what we were talking about. We're in the middle of an ad break. That's funny. It says I have 23 seconds left. I wouldn't be surprised if Twitch had no clue how much time was actually left. Actually, I like that white. Maybe white is the answer here. All right. Well, so for the most part, we've been talking about the question, answering the question, what if nobody ever saw your art? Or what if nobody ever listened to your music or see the things that you make? Would it change you? Would it change your perspective? Would your motivations be different? Or would you feel a crushing sense of defeat because nobody noticed? So we had kind of talked a little bit about that. You know, that white did almost everything I needed to do. Look at that. It broke all that up. Maybe we can... Break a little bit of that up too. Yeah, that works. All right, this is in a better position. Oh, you only got 32 seconds of ads? That's weird. It said it ran 2 minutes of ads. Weird. Weird. Well, one of the things that I settled on in terms of, for me anyways, is I think part of the struggle is learning to find a source of motivation that doesn't involve other people. And thinking back to my high school days, when I was actively writing all right, now that I'm actually looking at this, I like this. I think I do need to paint up the sides, but that'll do last. I'm going to set this aside and we'll come back to it. I mean, to your point, it kind of depends on your motivation, but I feel like the core primary purpose of art, and this clearly needs a lot of white. So we're gonna come on, just a little dab, come on. To me, and this is just opinion, it's not necessarily gospel truth or anything, but to me, I feel like the main driving purpose of art is a means of communication, and maybe not even necessarily communicating to other people, but it's like when you have a feeling inside, or you observe the nature of something, or the nature of the world, and art and music and poetry and other forms of expression have a way of being able to communicate that which we have a hard time talking about with words. And I know I just said poetry, but because that deals with words, but it's different than communicating as in just talking about something, because you can use metaphor and lots of possibilities. But I feel like art, primarily the function it serves is to be able to have a way of voicing the feelings inside, or processing the world, or having a way of understanding it better, having a way of understanding ourselves, or a way of understanding how the world works, or how our mind works, or what we're experiencing or feeling. And if you want to get slightly woo for a moment, and I'm going to keep this as normal as I can, I feel like that part, all right, I'm just going to come out and say this. I don't believe I don't believe in God in the same way that religions do. I think that religions, and this is just opinion, you don't need to believe this or think this way. This is just where I have landed at the moment. I feel like religion tends to be too absolute and too certain about things. And that for me, at least in my experience, I feel like if there is a God, or if there is a higher power or creative force, or whatever term you want to use for it, it is nothing at all like we could ever describe. Nothing at all like we could ever know. And for me, the analogy I use is like a two-dimensional drawing, trying to understand the artist that drew the picture. Like the lines on the paper, the graphite or the ink itself can't perceive three dimensions. It doesn't. It's such a such a strange concept. Thank you so much for deleting and banning. Because I need more followers. I need more audience. No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm quite content with my 3 internet friends here in the chat. I don't need thousands of viewers or hundreds of people clamoring and making noise in chat. I don't need it. But anyways, try and get back to my point though. I feel like that the creativity within us is a gift, and that it's a function of the universe. The function of the universe, or the universe's energy, has this potential for creativity and destruction and dispersal. You think about all of the amazing things that have kind of sprung up. I mean, here we are on this planet. The ecosystem happens to be just perfect for us. That's the creative potential, but also the destructive potential. Think of all the planets and the things that have, the stars that have burnt out, or all of the things that have been destroyed by natural forces. I mean, that's kind of, I don't know. So anyways, the whole point is that I feel that as creative people, when we express ourselves, we are functioning as an extension of the universe with our abilities to create and to destroy and to, it's just a part of who we are. And I think that our creativity, when we express ourselves, that it's kind of like a gift back to the universe. Like, I'm here. I notice the world. I notice all of the amazing things that are going on and all of the terrible things and the destructive things. But this is my opportunity to show gratitude for these abilities that I have, that you have, that we have, and I think I'm adding too much white, but that's okay. Not much of this painting was working for me anyway. Anyway, if no one ever sees my paintings or listens to my music, that's okay, because I feel like what I've with this being one of my forms of communication, this is kind of like my gift back to the universe, acting just as if the universe were like a partner with the universe. The universe is continually creating and expanding and destroying, and I'm just fulfilling the function. I really like that. I don't know. I don't know if that makes any sense at all. But I feel like people noticing our work or noticing our art or noticing our music is secondary. The pure act of simply creating, that to me is the most... It's like breathing. That's what it's like. It's breathing, where it's a function of who we are. And we've just over time added all these other conditions. Capitalism. or even community. I mean, I don't know. They're just ideas. All right. This feels like I'm at a place now where I can work with this. where it was before was just like too much. So I feel like we could use a little blue here somewhere. We're done with black. Maybe a little bit of magenta, but maybe more blue. Yeah. Let's distress that out just a little bit more. Okay. All right. Oh my goodness, it's Amara. Hey. Hey, you take care of you. You do you. I'm so glad you just dropped by to say hi. Appreciate it very much. Have a good time doing your chores. Do it with joy and peace and equanimity, and yeah, it's great to see you. Welcome. I'll show you one of the pieces that I finished. This one. This is I don't even know what's right side up. That? I don't know. That's the nice thing about abstract painting, is that sometimes just turning the painting in a different orientation completely changes it, and it suddenly takes on a new meaning or new life. Yeah, I really love the colors in this one. I love how some of the colors just play together. Kind of nice. This one. Let's go back to this one. We're going to add blue. That's what we're going to do. Let's first clean up the palette just a little bit. I like to try and clean as I go, so I don't have one gigantic mess at the end. So I think that's where we're going to land with this. Just a little bit more blue. I think we're going to be slow and methodical with it. Not be in a rush. All right. In fact, what we're going to do is let's add in some more gloss medium. Slap a little bit of that down. And a little bit of blue. Fluorescent blue. Scoop some of that in there. Bump, 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 bump. The medium does kind of lighten it up just a little bit, but not a whole lot. It dries translucent, which is cool. I was sharing earlier about how the medium, when it dries on the palette, it more or less looks like that plastic film that you find on brand new electronics. I mean, it's plastic. All right. So let's think about how we're going to do this, because I don't want to entirely. I think we're going to be more surgical about this, because I don't want to cover up all of these colors. Just want to get enough blue in there. To bring some of that out. Maybe even a little bit there. In fact, what if we bring up some of that white out of that blue? That kind of works a little bit. Okay. I kind of like that a little bit. Not amazed by it, not astounded. Abstract can mean the wrong orientation is the best. You're right. You're right. Maybe we bring in a little bit. Let's bring some of that white back in and deal with a little bit of that blue, or black, I mean, right here. Just like that. Yeah, that works. Maybe scrape in a little bit of the white here. All right. I think, let's do this. Oh, who is this? Oh, this is Yui Onodera. Japanese ambient music. It's actually kind of more down-tempo, it sounds like, but... Alright, I think that's good enough. I think we're going to stop putzing with that one. Call that one good. I want to try and wind this down. Let's see, we're at 346. Alright. Give myself 15 minutes. So let's do the reveal. Let's see what this looks like without the tape. I have to tell you how much fun it is to paint in a sketchbook and to have the added layers and depths. Like, to have this, I mean, the sketch pad is just bursting. Like it's so much more dense because of the mix of paintings with sketches. All right, this isn't bad. This isn't half bad. It's acceptable to me. I like the play of colors, and there's some decent movement. There's a lot of texture. There's a little bit of sense of layering, not much. That's one thing that this lacks, is a little bit of sense of layering or depth between the different colors, but that's okay. It doesn't always have to do that. So we're going to set that aside to dry. Let's come back to this mess. This definitely needs more white. This is a mess. Let me spray down my blue. Keep it wet. Keep it moist. Hmm. I think this also lacks blue, so after this white dries, we'll probably layer in some blue. This is really turning out to be really different. Interesting. And all the little spots that don't work for me right now, they get to be white. I think this area doesn't work as well for me. Layer in some strong bits of white, and we can bring in some blue or something else. Let's do a little bit. Bring that up. Yeah, this had way too much black going on in it. All right. A little bit of splatter down here. So this Friday is my birthday. And I have to tell you, I'm going to do one of my new favorite, I shouldn't even call it new favorite, but I've rediscovered for myself the joy of dancing, and particularly to house music. There's this barbecue joint in Northeast Minneapolis called Beast Barbecue. And of all the things that they have once a month, they have this house music night in their basement. They got a full-on little stage down there, lights and everything. And they, this group, they're called House Proud. They bring in different DJs. Yes, cats and boots and boots and cats and boots and cats. And it's just so much fun. And everybody is just dancing their heart out. Nobody is dancing to be noticed, except for maybe one or two people that are just filled with ego. But everyone is just, they're just pouring themselves out, having a fantastic time dancing. And a friend of mine and I go, and he and I just tear it up. We go right from the first DJ at 9:45, and we close out the place at 1 a.m. And it's just a really good time. So I am inviting a bunch of friends to come out, and it'll be a good time. Let's bring this one over. This one needed more blue, I think. So let's do that. And that'll kind of serve as our foundational layer. Give it a resting place for everything to fall into. Wash a little bit of that out. Bring back some texture. I don't know. I don't know yet. Don't know yet how this one is going to evolve. Oh yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm really excited. Largely because it's just been such a, I have to say that, I don't know, for me, I don't like to dance in front of other people. I really don't. I get self-conscious. But for whatever reason, in the environment, I mean, it's dark with DJ lights and stuff, and they're all, aside from my friend, he also really likes house music and loves to dance too, and it's just, nobody cares. So it's so entirely liberating, and you just lose yourself. If you allow yourself to just lose yourself into the music and free-spirited dancing, with your whole body, not just like the white guy shuffle from side to side, getting your arms into it, and just full body expression. I found it to just be such a liberating thing, and a great thing for healing, even, when you're just feeling really down about the world or about yourself, and just some good boots and cats, and just surrender yourself to the beat and just give yourself up to the universe. And let the music and the whole experience wash over you. And it's just great. Fantastic. And as much as I like streaming, I don't think I'm going to do a birthday stream. I think I'm kind of done with that. I'd mentioned also earlier, and so this is rerun from Miro, but that I'm contemplating doing, more than contemplating, I'm planning on doing a tech cleanse for a while. Mostly social media and any form of entertainment. That would include YouTube, and actually, I'm going to have to do the this would be an interesting challenge, is how to do that with music too. Like if I limited myself to just vinyl, that'd be really challenging. The artist David Cho, he actually has kind of a challenge along that, where I think I forget what the number was. It was like 7 or something like that, where you limit yourself to where you completely disconnect from social media, from all digital entertainment, and you limit yourself to 7 books. Was it 7 books? Or it was like, or no, maybe it was just 1 or 2 books. 1 book? Yeah, it was 1. 1 book, 1 album, and I guess he did also say 1 movie, like different forms of art and entertainment, but limiting yourself to just 1 for the month, in an attempt to really absorb everything about that thing, to really read deeply, maybe even rereading over it, listening to the same vinyl over and over, but listening for new things, kind of this. And this is kind of, he's a bit of an extreme personality anyways, but it's an interesting concept to me, the idea of what if you had to limit your palette of things to entertain yourself with? What would you choose? What would be that 1 or 2 albums that you limit yourself to for the entire month? What would be that 1 book? For me, it would probably be, for the book, it would probably be Lord of the Rings, because I have never been able to finish that book in my entire history of my life. So, I don't know. All right, let's take a look at some of these other pieces here. Let's go back to the canvases and just kind of see where we're at, kind of suss things out. The more I look at the smaller canvas, this kind of works for me. I don't think I need to do anything to this. We've got a good balance of blue, yellow, and magenta. There's a nice amount of white to try and tame this mess. Yeah, I've got the Lord of the Rings, the whole book in 1 volume. It's massive. It's very thick. But I think that would be a good thing to read. But I like this one. This one, I think, let's see. Let me just double check on the blue situation here. See if there's anything else that needs more blue. Let's just go to this other canvas. This, I think we could bring in a little bit more blue. But this one I think I want to do with a brush. Yeah, so Yui Onodera, he's really interesting. In fact, a lot of these Japanese artists, these ambient artists, they're amazing. A lot of them produce these really cool minimalist works. And, some of them are long form, some are short. I don't know, there's something about Japanese ambient music that is super, super appealing to me. All right, blue. Where are we going to put you? Where are we going to put you? Let's do a little bit of you here. I kind of like that. That's interesting. Let's go all the way to the edge. All right, a little bit, maybe some blue here. Which way do I want to go? Let's go up the middle here. So high five, one of the things that is going to come out of these pieces, so I'm doing 6 pieces all at once. Part of the exercise is that I want to walk away with at least 1 piece, and I'm going to use that as my baseline prompt or source of inspiration for a musical composition. So later on this week, behind closed doors and not in a live stream setting, I'm going to take whatever whenever the let's try that again. I'm going to take one of these paintings, and I'm going to use it as my prompt, and then create a musical composition to go with that painting. And the plan is to do that at least once a week. So throughout the month of January, I participated in a thing called Jamuary with an M. And that was to create a daily composition every day for the month of January. And the whole point was really to stretch the boundaries of your creativity, to try and experiment and try new things. And I really did learn quite a bit and expanded my palette quite a bit as well. One of the most interesting things that I did, interesting to me anyways, was creating music from just feedback. So I used and no input, so like no external instruments or anything like that. So I created with my system back here a closed loop feedback. Yes. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, similar to that. The whole idea is just creating new and interesting ideas out of techniques that you may not have explored before. And it's just really about growth and creativity and exploration and curiosity. All right, I really like this. I don't think I'm going to do anything to it. I really like it just as it is, except for maybe this little bit too much black here. How do I want to break that up? Just a little bit of white. But the experimentation with feedback was really interesting. I created 5 different loops with differently affected feedback, and it produced some really interesting results. Really interesting results. And it ended up being like this kind of drone kind of thing, kind of atmospheric. Nothing really inherently deeply musical about it, but that was also part of the challenge, was creating music from the non-musical elements. All right, I like that. I think that's good. Let's go back to this canvas, just look at it one more time. Yep, I think we're good with that one. Let's go back to this. This is one that needed more blue, I believe. But anyways, so this month, I'm going to be a lot less ambitious. I'm not going to make music every day like I did in January. That was exhausting. Even like some moments, like it would be like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, and I'm just getting around to being able to work on the January composition, and being under the gun like that, you don't have very many options. Or it's very hard to limitlessly explore the possibilities when you've got time constraints. But the days that I did not have time constraints, there were some really interesting things that came out of that. To me anyways. But this month, I want to do a practice of working with both mediums of painting or drawing and music, and allow the art to decide the direction of the music. So creating paintings or drawings or some form of art, visual art. Might even be digital. Could do digital. Why not? And using that as the baseline inspiration for the music itself. And then in the end, I might even make this a multi-month discipline, throughout February and March. And then it'd be interesting if the art pieces end up being interesting enough, having prints made of those, or even down into small postcard sizes or something. And in addition to the digital release out on Bandcamp and whatnot, having like a cassette version of these things, and each J card or each insert would be hand painted and hand customized, and so no replicated stuff, and everything would just be completely done by hand, except for maybe the mass-produced things or whatever. I don't know. Still playing with the ideas, but it would be a really interesting experience to me. All right, I think I'm gonna call this one good enough as well. There's a decent amount of white in there, not too much black. There seems to be a healthy balance of yellow, magenta, and blue. Yeah, I think we're gonna call this good. So we're gonna rip this off. Right. Try and be gentle. I tend to rush taking the tape off too much. I need to slow down when I do that. Doing something every day because you have to, as opposed to because you want to. Well, and here's the thing. It wasn't because I have to do January. I didn't have to make music every day. But I wanted to make music every day because I knew what the results would be for me in that greater exploration of creative possibilities, and being unafraid to just try something that's bold and completely different and out there. One of the other things I did is I took an old song of mine from one of my old bands. It was one of my favorite songs that we did. One of my favorite recordings. And I took the chorus and the bridge and the guitar solo in the end, and I slowed it way, way, way down, and mixed in a ton of reverb and delay and other effects. It is a whole trend, the whole slowed and reverbed. Like, I only found out about that trend from Radiohead, because there are a lot of people who have taken some of Radiohead's songs and slowed them down and added reverb, and they're really cool. But I did the same thing with one of my band's songs, and it really was interesting. The first go at it wasn't exactly what I wanted because time constraints, so I did go back and I did like a version 2 of it, and came up with a much better result. And I like this. I actually like this. I like this. I think we're going to call this one done. This would be the last holdout. Let's see, what are we gonna do? Anyways, I also took the song, and I really was on the fence about this, whether I should be doing this or not. But I have a little bit of a relationship with the ambient artist Kilometer Club. He's a Canadian ambient musician. And Lord knows I've done plenty for their record label that he runs. He runs a record label called Imaginary North Records. But I took one of his songs that he did a collaboration with Holly Kenneth, who is another Canadian ambient musician, and I took their song Airliner, and I did the same thing. I slowed it down, added a lot of reverb and delays and things, and then also added my own instrumentation above it. So it was already slowed way the heck down, and I only took a 30-second clip, slowed it way down, and then I played my own melodic stuff on top of it, and it ended up being really interesting to me. So these are some of the things that I walked away with in January, just some techniques that I'm going to try and bring out in other recordings. The interesting thing to me about the whole idea of slowed and reverbed, and this is probably not, to most of the people that are doing these sorts of things to other people's music, they're probably not thinking about it on a more philosophical level. They're just like, oh, it's so cool sounding. But one of the things that, to me, that emerged from it is this idea of how, if you could, like some of your favorite moments in music, how could you cultivate the feeling of being immersed in the moment of that song? Like let's say you really liked the chorus of a song. Like, how could you stretch that moment? Like you feel like you're just riding in that moment and you're just locked in time. You know, and so that was kind of this idea that I was toying with as I was making these recordings. Like, how can I cultivate the feeling of like being suspended in a note, being suspended in just the feeling in a song. And, you know, and like the chorus, it takes like 3 minutes to play a 30-second chorus. But having that feeling of just being immersed in that moment, and that a moment feeling like an eternity. You know, you don't get the quick and fast resolve and that whole thing. But you, I don't know. So it's an interesting idea to me. Plus, with some music, when you add that whole slowed and reverbed thing, it can also have the effect of making something that is in a major key feel like it's in a bit of a minor key. It changes the tone or the nature of the song. And let's see, where are we with this? I don't know. So just some interesting ideas that I've been playing with, and all because of January. You know. All right, I think we're going to call this one good. I'm closing in on being reasonably satisfied with this. Not my favorite. I can tell you that much, though. But... oh, ad starts in 3 minutes. Which, who knows what the level of accuracy of that is. I don't know. So it's an interesting thing. Well, let's see. We're at 420. 420. And I think, I'm pretty sure Miro had to bolt, because I know that this is getting after Miro's. This is like Miro's. Oh no, he did a quick BRB. Wow. Usually he's got to turn in for the night by about now. Alright, well, I think I might leave this as is. I'm not sure I entirely like it, but it's okay. It's more about the journey than it is about the final product, which I have to remind myself of often. It's about the journey, not about the result. And I have been enjoying this journey. Oh. Stop it. It's tearing up the paper. See, alright, come on. Slow down. Slow down. I get in such a rush to peel the tape off. Don't stop believing. All right. And actually, I think this means that I'm done. Because both the canvases... oh, come on. Both of the canvases are done. My other sketchbooks, I think, are done. Yeah, that's not too bad. Not my favorite. But it has some interesting elements. I really like this corner a lot. I like this more now than I did before. This, it's so-so. I love the mix of colors here, so there's some interest. Not a lot of interest for me, but there's some. Recapping at some of the others, I really like this. I signed it. Trying to decide what would be the right side up. I don't know. Choose your own adventure. This notepad, that's an alright sketch. Not a bad idea. The book, the sketch book. This one's alright. Not super fantastic, but it's alright. Some of these other ideas were kind of interesting in back here. I love, but I have to tell you though, that even if the piece itself isn't awesome, I love running my fingers over the dried acrylic. I just love the texture. And then lastly, the canvas. This one I like. And this one I've come to really like. There's a lot of good movement in it. I like the interplay of color. There's some semblance of layering going on, a little bit. This one to me is a little bit more interesting. This might be my prompt for the week. Yeah, I think this is going to be my prompt. So, all that's left then is to paint up the sides. And I don't need to do that on stream, because that's kind of boring. Watch me paint the sides and getting paint all over my fingers. Not very interesting at all. Well, pretty productive. Got 6 pieces done. A lot of interesting conversations, a lot of good, interesting things we brought up. New-ish visitor stopped on by earlier and had a good conversation and answered a question or two. Gave some perspective. Which, I mean, that's really kind of the heart of the matter, is like if I'm able to kind of help someone else sort through what they're experiencing or what they're going through or what they're thinking, but they don't have answers themselves, but to be able to provide a thought that may provoke further thoughts and contemplation on their end. That's, to me, seems like the more motivating factor of being here on Twitch. Because, I mean, quite honestly, I could just go paint by myself in closed doors, behind closed doors, you know, and I'd be happy and content to do that. You know, but there is a lot of people looking for answers. They're looking for help. They're looking for I don't know. They're looking for a way to make sense of the world right now. Make sense of their life. Make sense of what they're feeling, their emotions, and while I don't feel like I've got my act entirely together, and I don't feel like I have all of the answers, I do feel, though, that with some of the things I've learned and experienced in my life, in Buddhism, in my past adventures in other religious systems, in philosophy, in all of the times I've been in therapy, the books I've read, I feel like that, at least with some of the younger people who really haven't had a chance to work through some of these issues, that maybe on some level I can maybe offer a little bit of food for thought, or a little bit of wisdom that they can consider. You know, I'm not trying to change any perspectives. I'm not trying to change any minds. If I can be of service, though, to kind of prompt or provoke a contemplation of other possibilities of thought, of states of mind, of ways of going about through life, cool. I'm all for it. I don't feel like my opinions are gospel either. I'm an ever-evolving ever-shifting landscape of ideas. You know, I try not to hold on to any one idea as being so precious that I can't consider other possibilities. So, yeah, going through life with a little bit more flexibility helps. Well, I think that's enough for me. That's enough for the day. I'm gonna go make myself some curry, some rice, heat up some curry and rice. So every few weeks I make myself a gigantic batch of curry and rice. Nobody else in the house eats it, but I eat it. I eat it almost every day because it's so packed with nutrients and protein and densely rich with vitamins and whatnot, that it is the healthy choice. So I have lots of vegetables, lots of lentils and beans and other things, and it's just, my curry recipe is chef's kiss. It's really good. I finally got it down to a science, but because of all of the vegetables that I'm pouring there, it's a huge batch, so it ends up being this huge, ginormous bowl or container of curry, and so sometimes I end up having to throw out a little bit, or sometimes I end up giving some to some neighbors and whatever, but anyone who will have some. If you guys were in town, I would totally share some. But anyways, I'm gonna go do that. Probably do some more drawing, something. I don't know. We'll see. But thank you so much, my friends, for hanging out with me. It's just great to catch up with you. Great to paint and catch up with you guys. And Mirror didn't 40? Holy shnikes, 40 months? Jeez Christ. Miro. Thank you, my friend. But as usual, I mean, the subscribing is not an obligation at all. In fact, it's I have a little bit of mixed feelings about it, because Bezos is still, making hand over fist over, from us here on the platform, and that's a little bit of a hard thing to reconcile. But thank you. Well, my friends, thank you so much for hanging out. If I encourage you to head over to stolas.bandcamp.com to the Bandcamp page and grab yourself a copy of the January 2025 album. It's free. There's 31 tracks. It's 3 hours and 41 minutes worth of music. I think it's 41? 3 hours and 40 and change. And it's a marathon of a listen, but it will take you places, so many different places, soundscapes and stuff. It's and a lot of really nice moments too. Not all of it's crazy and experimental, but some of it is. Well, my friends, I hope to see you next week. Next week I will be a little bit older. I'm always a little bit older. But take care of my friends. Peace, namaste, and blessings to you, and we'll see you the next time around. All right, take care.